Okay. Looks like the stream is up and running. For some reason. Nope, we're good. All right. And close this down then. We got our notification in our Discord popping up. Very nice. Nice, very nice. Okay. So today, a big thing that we gotta do is we gotta farm the shiznit out of some star trace ore. We need to make a whole shiznit of stardust ingots. I got almost 3K here. So that's like almost 200 star trace ingots I could make with just that. Something that I believe you're going to be noticing. So one of the things that you get when you do these silos and stuff is Stardust Source. So while having this Stardust Source requirement here, oh my god, Nuclear, what's up? Who's excited as I am? Pick you for what, Nuclear? I don't understand what I'm picking you for. You want to be my Valentine? Because Valentine's Day was come and gone already, bud. I can't get over the fact that we have jumping trucks. Like, seriously? I don't know whose idea this was, but give that person a raise. This is the best thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life. And I want every game that has vehicles from now on to have this. Too late, I took Rebecca from Leah Labs as my Valentine. I suppose that was probably a better choice. But like, the ability to overcome problems. Why did my truck just evaporate? What the hell just happened? Not a whole lot, man. Just just doing the things. Honestly, more than anything, I've just been messing with the freaking vehicles. This is so much fun. Like, how do you get over that? How do you ever do anything else? This is so incredibly great. I seriously am so happy with the creativity of um, this dev team with little stuff like this. How many times have we had vehicles in games like this that aren't, um, they're not super based in reality. Even though this game is a little realistic, it's not super based in reality. And this is the first time I've ever played an open world survivor game like this, where you can physically jump your truck. Every now and then in Ark Survival Evolved or Ark Survival Ascended, you get dinosaurs as mounts and stuff like that you can jump. But I don't think I've ever um, I don't think I've ever played a car game with stuff like this. Maybe some racing games, but certainly not an open world survival. Like this is completely unique. So I'm really excited to see some other little stuff that they do to just generally improve the game. I have a feeling that this game is going to get much, much, much better in the future because it really is all about that little stuff. The core gameplay is fine, right? You shoot the gun, the enemy dies, gun do damage, a little bit of a core effect. Those things are fairly easy to nail down. They're things that, as a hobby, gaming has just kind of solved, right? If you play a, a MMORPG or any sort of RPG, right? Combat. Um, so I agree and I disagree. I love that this game is only being monetized through its cosmetics. But I am always, always going to shit on these people for having loot crates. And that's never going to stop. Loot crates are incredibly predatory. And you cannot have them, or I will shit on you for it. I also think that maybe they're a little crazy with the prices, but markets sort of dictate pricing. And based on, I'm sure, what is very expensive analysis, they've decided that these prices will. Where did all these things come from? I agree with that, Nuclear. If they ever change this game to be pay to win, where you can just straight up buy Starkrum to get new weapons, um, that'll be a pretty big red flag for me. And I may quit playing the game at that point. I think I love gotcha games, and I think a lot of people love gotcha games, right? Gotcha games are an extremely popular genre. So having a gotcha game where everything you earn and all of your gotcha stuff is done with an in-game currency is awesome. I think that's fantastic. I'd love to see some more of that in, the rest of the genre. And I love that they've also not made it some insane grind. Like getting all of your Starcrum is incredibly easy. I mean, takes a couple hours a week. Even the most casual player is probably getting all of their Starcrum. So I very much appreciate that about this game, and I appreciate the fact that this game is extremely casual friendly. I think that's great, and they keep making positive changes. Right, the blueprint sharing, the mod sharing, the permanent servers, so that even the most casual players will have an opportunity to clear the storylines and stuff. Those are all incredibly positive things and incredibly consumer focused changes. Um, why do you wish they would bring back the old Starkroom system? The old Starcrum system didn't really go away, right? Because you can still do your purifications to get your Starcrum. You just instead get Stellar Planula or whatever this is, the Asterism, instead of just straight up getting Starcrum. So you can still do that. What's up, D-Sun? You. Been a while. Been a while since I've seen that name in the chat. Yeah, I agree. They probably won't bring back the Asterism because, again, that's a very player-focused um, change, right? Because now you don't have to, if you're a solo, like I usually am, you're not going to have to be trying to clear these things on your own and stuff like that, maybe missing a week or something like that, right? This gives you the ability, because this is all opened up over the course of like an entire month. So if you take 2 or 3 weeks off, you can still complete your Asterism. And I mean, I think that's great. I mean, doing different activities for Starcroom, right now there's 0 point doing half of the things. What is there that you used to get Starcroom for that you don't do anymore? Hey, nice. Yeah, I'm back on the Manibus too. Back in the game. Took that good 4 or so weeks off, or 4 or so months off. And once I heard they were getting cross progression, I just had to come back. And I'm so happy I did. And I'm so happy we have cars that bounce. This is still, hands down, the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. So, there's not much point in some of that for you, Nuclear, because you play a lot more than a lot of people. But the good thing about all of those other options is that it gives a path for more casual players or for people who have taken a break or something like that to go do those things to catch up. So this is a month-long thing, right? So if I take 3 weeks off, but I've been storing up my stellar planula and, I've got some extra cortexes and I've got all that stuff, then I can take 3 weeks off and then get the whole month worth of Starcrum so I don't fall behind. So you're absolutely right. As a more hardcore player who plays a lot, it feels like I'm getting there a little too quickly. And maybe some of the things don't have the same value that they used to, as far as weapon progression and stuff like that. But I am willing, as a hardcore player, to need to find a way to create my own fun for the sake of those more casual players being able to keep up. You know what I mean? This is actually something that Drat bought me. It is, hang on, I don't even remember what it's called. Right, the Blackfire Skull set. And it's boots, pants, and the jacket. So I went ahead and threw that bad boy on instead of my mismatch of random things that I used to have. And it looks pretty good. I like it. I dig it. It's nice. Hey, what's up, Drat? There he is. Speak of the devil. There he is. Yeah, Spectral Hunt is a super cool. I like I like this whole visional wheel thing. Um, I think that was a great change. To have something that can, instead of just straight up calling it hard mode, to have this sort of extra mechanic that can be changed over time, and that affects every different type of scenario. So you can go into visional wheel versions of everything, I think is just an awesome way to go about creating some new content in some old spaces. So I'm very happy with that. But let's actually go ahead and get teleported here. I need to go get some Starkrum. And I'm just kind of sitting around right now, not really doing anything. Let me get some food and some tea so that I don't have to deal with these bugged out enemies that I'm not able to kill. Let's go see. Can't get some stuff done here. I need so much Star Trace. We're gonna cruise the coupe here. The coupe used to be like one of my least favorite vehicles. Um, it just didn't really feel right, didn't really handle right, stuff like that. But goodness gracious, does it feel good after the update? Mostly because it jumps like a freaking monster. Still haven't interacted with those mobs, but I guess the new ammo works on them. Yeah, so you can shoot them with the new ammo, but they just don't die. So that's been fun. Been real fun. Oh, we're about to get the nighttime thing here. Yes, it does. Oh my gosh, this is so much fun. Here we go. Whee! So good. The new physics on the vehicles is just incredible. What about the trees? Oh, yeah, the trees. These mobs here. They come out and get all in the way. Okay, I just drank a tea. What the hell? I think I think my tea isn't quite good enough. This is interesting. I think the sanity debuff from the polluted zone. Oh, oh, and now I'm getting attacked. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So, in case y'all didn't know, coming out here during the Oracle time where you lose sanity on top of the pollution causing you to lose sanity is a terrible freaking idea. And your sanity replenishment from your coneflower tea is not gonna really work out. Gonna keep up. Hey, you watch your mouth when you're talking to me, Damien. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Give me my jelly bean. Come on now. Come on, jelly bean. Please don't give me wave 3. Ew. My goodness. I'm in X137. Very exciting. Lots of good players. Is that you said that's a Manibus scenario? Good deal. Um, I did use a Stardust T nuclear. It's nighttime and I'm in a polluted zone. So I'm getting like double whammied with the degen effect. And my Stardust T isn't able to keep up. So oh, Stardust Tea, it gives you a super clear mind instead of a regular clear. Okay, you're right. You're right. Not a Stardust. Okay. So it's like a better effect as fruit tea. That's cool. That's cool. I like that they've made it so that those effects are compounding so that you need to do that. That's honestly really great. Though it is getting my ass kicked, right? I mean, I've got some deviated cone flowers. Could make some of that. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. Get away from me. Just try and attack me so that you do your little animation. Oh my goodness. Ooh, okay. We made it. We're gonna be okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to make some of those. Because there is no way that I can come out here and do this during these times. Not just get raffle stomped. A lot of my PvP group is going to Manibus opening tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna make a character and go join that with you, probably nuclear. Oh goodness, just for fun. I think it will be an extremely popular server because it's the first opening after. Yeah, exactly. That's why I've decided that I'm gonna go ahead and make it. Is because I think you're right. I think it's gonna be incredibly popular. You explain in Raffle Stomp, not Waffle Stomp. Um, so ROFL, right? Rolling on floor laughing. Raffle Stomp, rolling on floor laughing stomp. It's just something we used to say to insult each other, like, haha, you just got raffle stomped. Honestly, it never occurred to me that somebody could mishear it, waffle. But now that you've said something fairly obvious, it's definitely a raffle stomp, not a waffle stomp. I honestly don't even know where it comes from. That's funny. That's a good one, Damien. I like it. I like it. Why do I have 249% pollution? Oh my goodness. This is the worst. This is the absolute worst. There. So you can't. The server is opening tomorrow. Is not available for pre-register anymore because it's in the lock-in period. But you can't see it in the scenario signups. Oh, okay. So I might end up needing like an invitation code or something. I hope not. I'll hit you up tomorrow though if I do end up needing one. Oh, we just got a notification. Game news on the Discord here just came in. Oh, it's just about the new upcoming PvP demo test. Whoops. I'm gonna kill this enemy, and then we're gonna read this. Should be able to join when it opens. Okay. Cool, cool. If I can't, you're gonna hook me up with a code, right? Okay. Let's go read this. For those of you who are interested in maybe testing the upcoming PvP demo, um, there is going to be an NDA, which is why I'm not signing up. Because if I can't stream it, I don't really give a shit. But if you're interested in trying out what is hopefully going to be the next PvP scenario, here's some information for you that just came out on the Discord. Hey Metas, to ensure optimal testing conditions for the new PvP demo test, commencing on April 10th, 2024 Pacific time. I should say 2025, I'm sure. Participation will be limited to a select number of applicants. There's a link here to go ahead and apply to secure your access. Submissions will be processed on a first come, first served basis. Early registration is strongly advised, so the sooner you get in there and sign up, the more likely you are to get into the test. This exclusive test phase offers a unique opportunity to engage with groundbreaking gameplay mechanics ahead of public releases. We appreciate your enthusiasm and look forward to your contributions in refining this innovative experience. Once Human Development Team. Yeah. So there's a link in their Discord there. So if y'all are interested in play testing the next PvP scenario, get on in there. Now, it didn't say that there was going to be an NDA on that particular announcement, but on one of their previous announcements, they did mention an NDA. Just be aware that if you do go sign up, it's likely that you're not going to be able to share that information. I'm absolutely certain that you're right, that they probably will leak it. But you are also likely going to lose your account if you do. Now, I don't think that it's a great idea for them to have their playtest under an NDA like that. I think that's probably a silly idea. But that's what they want, so those are the rules. And if if you don't want to have to deal with an NDA, then just don't sign up. Like, that's just silly. We're gonna get to play the new PvP scenario soon enough. Get over yourself. You know what I mean? I think I have too much weight on me right now. Have anything? I probably got some gravel I can get rid of. Let's get rid of some gravel here. There we go. Nice. Please bounce. Holy crap. I think I got all of the star trays here. We're gonna go switch to another world and get some more. Boing! I love that you can jump over those. Oh my god, this is so much fun. I feel like this car moves even faster than it used to. I don't actually think that's true, but it definitely feels like it. There's something about the jump that makes you feel like you're accelerating. There is a little bit of a strangeness that goes on with horizontal inertia. Um, oh, so I accidentally fat fingered the jump button there as I hit F to get out. So we're gonna, something really cool just happened. Gonna do a top secret way to get 200k Stardust ore per day. That's insane. Does it have to do with Stardust platforms? Because that seems like a really easy way to get Stardust ore to me. Also, who needs 200k Stardust ore a day? You are an insane person. Okay, so you can hit the jump and then immediately just jump out of the vehicle and just launch your car. Which I wonder if launching your vehicle like that will do damage to people. Okay, we're out of the lunar time. So now we've just got our regular pollution here. Which means finally our sanity won't just tank. It'll give me 100k suppression AP ammo per day. That's excessive, brother. That's really, really excessive. Oh no. Oh, okay. So I'm getting rid of the pollution, or I'm releasing the pollution by getting this Star Trace ore. And it's causing me to take more pollution damage every time I take an ore or something? Or I'm losing sanity every time I take an ore, or there's something going on here. Back off. You go through 100k ammo every day for your nightmare grind? I don't want to be too judgy, but you might have a problem. Also, I assume you're using an LMG or an SMG or something like that. Star Tracer is basically absorbing pollution around you. When you break it, it releases the pollution around until it respawns. Yeah, but so at some point, I took a ton of pollution damage. Silent Anabasis, nice. That is such a good gun. I really enjoyed playing with that in Way of Winter. Really enjoyed it. I thought the meta weapon was the Boom Boom. Was that until this most recent patch? Of course, frankly, I don't give a shit about the meta, but that is another thing that I really love about this game is the meta literally doesn't matter. Like maybe if you want to get through the content at some breakneck speed, might matter a little bit, but Boom Boom is already gone. I'm still using it. I mean, the Boom Boom's not gone, though. The Boom Boom's still a good weapon. I mean, again, so I've seen Nuclear, I've seen somebody every time I go out using the Anabasis. I think people just like it. But then also, I think you are going to notice that the meta in this game just isn't going to have as much of an impact because the game is designed to be so friendly that there just aren't going to be tons of people who feel the need to run the meta. So even if there is like a meta best weapon, I think you're going to find fewer people use it in this game than in a lot of other games. Because you can basically do everything with anything. I mean, even Nightmare Silos, you're going to be able to do with pretty much any gun. I mean, I almost soloed it with my not all the way built bounce sniper, which admittedly, this is a really good gun, but it's only 2-star. None of my armor is starred up, right? This is all 1-star armor. Rocking a 2-star gun with not the best possible calibration. I mean, my mods aren't exactly perfect for this. Like, there's still probably a good 30 or 40% more DPS I can get out of this weapon from where I'm at right now. And I felt decent going through Nightmare. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's a gun in this game that can't do every bit of content. Pretty sure every weapon can do everything. And I think they balance it that way on purpose. See, that's 6 bonus, that's 6 bonus. That's for sure. The mods are definitely. What do you mean click on the ordering and click top down? Yeah, that's what I just did. Jaws was awesome till Blood Moon started. I mean, Jaws is still an incredible gun. Jaws is still one of the best guns. I need to make more bullets. Got hit with the 25% deviant damage reduction as well, but that's only to deviants. And it's only if you're not using the new ammo. Let's see, let's get some tungsten SMG ammo here. I probably need some more sniper ammo too. Probably be enough. Oh, and here's another message about the PvP test. Wow. They are really pushing. They must not have gotten very many people to sign up yet for the PvP test because they are really pushing that. Like an insane amount. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but now you have the Stardust ammo type. So really, it was just bringing those in line with everything else. I think it was a great. I think it was a great decision. I think that moving that stuff over to ammunition so that every weapon can get those bonuses is a great, great idea. Because again, it makes more different stuff equally viable. All you have to do is farm up some of the ammo and you're good to go. I gotta wait on some of these to get made. I need my whim potions. In a few days, I'm really excited. We get Nightmare and Apocalyptic Prime Wars. Really excited to see what the Apocalyptic Prime Wars are about. But if y'all give me a second while these things are making, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. And I wouldn't say I want spoilers. I'm not going to go like actively seek them out, but if you want to talk about it, I don't care. That doesn't hurt my feelings. All right. Let's teleport back up over here. Let's get my whim potions and stuff active again. Nightmare Prime Wars with extra steps. It's quite challenging if you don't have coordinated server. Well, that's exciting. Like we talked about before, though, there's only so much coordination that they can require before it literally becomes impossible to succeed. So, you know what, there's 40 people allowed to be in a Prime War or something like that, 40 or 50. So you can't have a situation where all 40 of those people have to do the right thing. Because if you have something like that, then we would literally fail 100% of the time. It would be 100% impossible to defeat that. So at best, they probably have, you know, where maybe 5 or 10 people need to do something in order for us to be able to win. And that's just not really that difficult, you know what I mean? Basically, once you break the shield one of the Manibus tentacles, it will trigger a spawn wave of other bosses. They're level 65 bosses. Oh, okay, so you just have to kill a bunch of bosses. Got it. Yeah, I mean, that just kind of... They get close to Resonator, the shield and the Manibus arm will regenerate. Oh, that's interesting. So there's a timed aspect to it also. Hive is very large. We had 3 towers in WoW. That's huge. My ghost car just driving down the hill there. Ghost riding the whip. We had 1 tower in Way of Winter. I feel bad because it kind of bailed on everybody during Way of Winter. We actually had a really good thing going on. I just was so frustrated with the implementation of the purifications in WoW. And I should have never quit. Feel really bad about that. Still. I mean, it sounds like it's a little complicated, but it also sounds like really you're only going to be relying on about 10 or 12 people, which is a lot, but I think it should be okay. Most groups will probably be able to get it down after 2 or 3 tries. Or most servers will probably be able to get it down after 2 or 3 tries. The idea of kill the spawning bosses quickly isn't that difficult to realize. So it shouldn't be too much of a difficulty when it comes to people picking up on it as the reason that we lost. It should be fine. Strategy is break Manibus shield, break the other bosses, kill them ASAP, repeat other 2 tentacles after all shield break is done, then do the damage. That makes sense. It's been a while since I actually had to put any sort of significant time investment into farming resources in this game. The Stardust mining platform is definitely a good one now. Leave Bambi alone. Also, please, please, please use an advanced drill. I do have an advanced drill. Oh, solar drill. Oh, yeah, because the advanced drills get more of the... Yeah, I don't care about that. You know what else I could use? Is this fucking canned seafood and oil. I'm just not into optimizing nuclear. It just doesn't matter. It just does not matter. I think my lights are blinking. There's a lot of wind going on outside, so I may actually lose my power here at some point. So I apologize. if I suddenly disappear on you all. Not my intention. It might not happen. It's real windy outside, and the wind knocks my power out sometimes. You have oil processing, mimetic. I do not. That's the one that makes the Stardust source, right? Now that we don't need um, now that we don't need controllers, um, getting Stardust source isn't that hard, right? You can just go run bosses or silos or whatever you want and get tons and tons of Stardust source. So Stardust source is no longer a rare resource. Especially early game, right? You used to have a problem trying to get source early game to do your early game calibrations. But because we don't have controllers anymore, that's not a thing. Because you could just go run the early game bosses if you want. It's going to make, leveling up to 50 is going to be much less of a burden on your end game resources. Because you don't have to waste controllers to try and level up to level 50. It's all changing. All changing, and for the better too, I think. Actually, this car is pretty beat up. Let's get out to Jeep. Now I have 3 vehicles that I can forget to repair at a time. Fantastic. Jump the bear. Boing. 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 Oh my god, this is so much fun. This is the best. I like it so much. Is it just me or does the car jump higher? The car does seem to jump higher. I don't think that's just you. The Jeep and the pickup truck seem to jump the lowest. I think the 18-wheeler jumps higher than the pickup truck. But it's not all the time. So sometimes the pickup truck seems to jump just as high as everything else, and then sometimes its hitbox gets caught as it's trying to do its jump. I think it's the back side of the hitbox catches. I think the same thing is happening to the Jeep a little bit. There's a little... Am I losing my sanity from shooting the Stardust? I'm really confused by what's going on. I want to jump my car onto the top of the foot of the walking bus and see if I get launched farther than normal. Hey, that's a good idea. I tried to jump into the bus while it was still moving, but you can't quite get high enough, so you'll have to do it as it passes a cliff or something like that if you want to try and jump in there. That was quite a bit of fun. Just hopping around in general is very enjoyable. But you're not somebody's pet at all, are you? You're just a mean old bear. Just a big old meanie. Even if you can't get a vehicle in the bus, you could use your hop out method and land in there, maybe. I like that they made the Stardust ore glow. Absolutely, the sun. I think it looks so good now. Um, Honestly, because technically gold and silver are also deviated versions of things, I would maybe like to see like a gold aura and a silver aura around gold and silver nodes. A, I think it would make it much easier to identify them, and B, that's kind of like the precedent that they set when they made the glow happen on deviated vegetables. So I would like to see everything that's sort of quote unquote a deviated version of something have some sort of an aura like that. I think it'd be really cool if they did it to animals. So, you could get a glow on animals when they're going to be giving you the pristine versions of their meats. So maybe you could identify them out in the wild and just kill and harvest those animals so that you could get deviated meats that way. Because it's just kind of the theme that they've already set up. And I would like to see that theme sort of carried through more completely. Why not make the game easier? And and honestly, it's not even making the game that much easier because right now, like I don't harvest the animals and stuff because the amount of time I have to invest to get the pristine meats isn't worth it. It would take me more time to get pristine meat than it would take me to run through the dungeon that I would want to use the pristine meat in. So it's just a complete non-issue to me. And it doesn't have to be, and maybe it should be, where if it has the glow, it'll have the trait. But as things stand right now, it's just not congruent across everything that is a quote unquote deviated version of something. I would like to see it be um, more standardized. I think that would help a lot for new players too, right? Because the rest of us sort of understand what deviation means and how some of the systems and stuff work. And so it doesn't matter if I see a glow on a silver because I know that silver nodes are deviated special nodes of the other types, right? So that's something I've learned. But if they had some sort of a glow to them, then other players would understand, right? New players would understand, oh, hey, every time I've seen something glowing, it's meant deviated, it's meant special. And so now, I see this little silver glow, I see this little gold glow. Um, Maybe they don't know that pristine meats exist because I think there are still people who don't really understand that pristine meats are a thing. So they would see a glowing animal and they'd be like, oh, there's something special I can get here. And I think that's important for helping teach players. Poop. Oh, there we go. All right, let's get mapped back here. Because if a game becomes too easy or too rewarding, then it becomes less fun. Take WoW, for example. Started handing out legendaries left and right to get everyone their dog. rid of PvP titles, weapon skill traveling, leveling. All the people who had put in the work and time to earn those things before they got rid of them and started handing them out, everyone with no work involved got irritated. So this is something I fucking hate about gamers. Is this I had to work for it, so you should have to work for it too attitude. Because it kills games. If a game has been out for 10 years, and over the course of those 10 years, I've had to play, 5 hours a week or 10 hours a week for 10 years to accomplish something, then how is a new player ever supposed to catch up if you make them spend the exact same amount of time to catch up? You're basically saying that the game should never try and seek a new player base. Because, and especially because of the way games are built today, where all new content is built onto the end game. If I can't get to the end game, then I can't play with the existing player base, right? Because you end up with this really, really disproportionate number of players who are in the end game. And so any new player just doesn't have anybody to play with to play the old stuff. So if you keep the grind the same, they're never going to catch you, or at least it's going to take them years to catch you. And so they're going to spend years playing this completely dead game because you're still playing the end game content. And they're not going to get to experience it in the same way you did, where there's hundreds of people running around everywhere because the game is brand new. So they're never going to get that feeling until they eventually catch you. The only way to mitigate that, and the only way to make it so that keeping those long grinds in the early game is acceptable, is if you give players that already have max level characters an incentive to make new characters and to go back to the earlier content and to play with those new players. Because if you don't give those people that incentive, then the only people that those new players can play with are the 100 people who decided to start the game the same day they did. And then out of that 100 people, right, 90% of them are going to quit. So by the time they catch up to you, they've been playing potentially for years with 10 people who started at the same time as them. And that's not an MMO. That's not fun. So like, I understand not wanting to quote unquote cheapen things, but if you're going to do that, then your game has to stay content complete and community complete at every tier. So, in the game that I always respond to this, or the game that I always use as an example, is Dark Age of Camelot, where there were PvP battlegrounds that spanned 5 levels, starting at level 20 all the way to max level. So you have like a battleground that's 20 to 25, you have a battleground that's 25 or 20 to 24, 25 to 29, 30 to 34, 35 to 39, right, all the way up to max level. And because of that, people made lots of different characters and kept them at different tiers of play. If they make stuff more accessible without making new difficulties, you will have player burnout as well. So, 100%. But that's not making stuff more accessible, creating the burnout. That's not having new content creating the burnout. Right? In both of those situations. So in a situation where WoW makes the leveling process almost instantaneous, but also doesn't release any new in-game content, then players burn out because they have no new content to play. But the exact same thing happens if you maintain a long leveling process and also don't add new content, right? Because you still just don't have new content to play. And that's what endgame players burn out on, is playing the exact same stuff over and over and over. So the speeding up of early game content doesn't affect endgame players' ability to play endgame content at all. I think there's a good middle ground to be had for them. Like, don't completely invalidate what your initial players have accomplished, but also make some way for new players to get to the end game. I totally disagree with you, Damien. I think I think taking the position that you feel like your accomplishment has been invalidated because it was, imagine, for example, if mathematicians felt this way, right? Imagine if I created algebra, right? I spent my entire lifetime developing the original algebraic formulas and creating an entire new system of math. In modern day, algebra is 1 year in high school, right? I learn everything that I need to know about algebra in 1 year. Imagine if the mathematician who discovered or created algebra was like, oh no, you should have to spend your entire lifetime developing algebra, right? I slaved away to gain this knowledge. And now you just get to have it. Like, that's fucking insane. So yeah, I totally disagree with that. I don't think that other players getting to endgame quickly, I think it's an issue where we just build games wrong. And games die not because new players get to endgame too quickly, but because old players aren't incentivized to play with new players at earlier content. If every time an expansion for WoW came out, half of the content was maybe for the end game, and the other half of the content was for every tier of play up to that point, then new players would have tons of old players to play with as they went through the game, because the old players would want to go back and try all that new content and do all that new stuff. And more players would come and join the game. You would get more returning players who maybe only made it so far and got bored, and they would come back and start over, and they would have a whole new experience. So they wouldn't get burnout in the same way because, oh, I've already done this part. And then they get to the same place, right? They get to level 20 again and they quit. And then the next time you have an expansion, they don't come back because the process to level 20 is still exactly the same. Why would they do that? So you have new content and all that stuff. And you want to incentivize your long-standing players to go back and play that content with your new players. That's just extremely important. Our skins are like $300 to $600. Yeah, that's because they use a loot box system. And I'm still not okay with that. I still think loot boxes are terrible. I think it's great that they only monetize. Try to put it in a different example to show what I mean. Take Once Human, for example. You spent hundreds of hours to farm all the shinies. You spent hundreds of hours and had to go to Prism versus Clash to get the Berserkosaurus Rex and other thing. You had to go to PvP servers to get specific companions like Mr. Wish, etc. Now they give those same deviations out all on one Manibus server in random drops from boxes in each town. So all the work you did to get those deviations is completely invalidated. They're given out for free with no work involved. Right. But that's because there are new things to work towards. Right? So I got all that gameplay experience, right? I got to do all of those things because that was fun, right? I grinded that out. I had a good time. I got all those shinies. But during that time, there weren't, for example, um, animals that you could capture that had special skins. And so now I can go grind and get those animal special skins and start my animal farm. But could you imagine if you started right now and you had to go farm all those shiny deviations and you had to go do all that different stuff in all those different scenarios and you had to go start the animal farm and you had to go do all these other things? You would never catch up. And so it's totally fine that people can just get all of those deviations because that was what was available to us back then for content, right? That was what kept us engaged. But now there are other things to keep players engaged. So let people skip that little bit of grind and move on to the grind that exists today. Isn't that what makes the game good? You have options, and in-game players are the ones put in the work to do all the side activities. You can buy pre-bred animals from players and speed up that progress. You can also buy deviants from PvP players. Yeah, I mean, if you want to grind them, if you want to have options, I mean, that's totally fine. It's not like you can't go get the shiny deviations on your own. I don't know. I definitely think that you can make things too easy so that playing the game is boring for the person who's playing, right? I don't think it devalues old players' playtime. I think the problem is that it creates a situation where the new player doesn't have a sense of achievement. Right? As a player who's already been playing this game for a long time, I feel good about my achievement getting my shinies. But the problem I see now isn't that I feel my time is devalued. I feel like new players don't get the same positive experience I had when I got all of mine. And so, as long as there is something for them to work towards, um, and so that's where the line walks, because they have to be able to get the things that keep them strong enough to compete with me while still having access to some aspect of the game to grind and give them that sense of accomplishment. So as long as there's always something new to be grinding and some sense of accomplishment to have, then the rest of that stuff doesn't really matter. And again, those grinds can be early game grinds if we incentivize players to go back to the beginning of the game. So Once Human does that pretty well. Shinies don't give an edge. Um, let's see. What does the Lunar Oracle Dino give? Status damage plus 5% goes up to 7.5% when sanity is below 30%. That's a huge edge. Deviant power 10%, that's 10% longer, which means that's 10% more effective. Melee damage plus 10%, plus an extra 0.5, so a total of 15%. That's, I mean, 10% flat damage increase when you're doing, 10k DPS in a shot. That's an extra 1,000 damage. That's insane. Faster deviant power, tons more healing. 5 to 10% is a lot of power. That's what my issue is. I don't think a new player should be able to start playing once human and in 1 or 2 seasons be able to compete with somebody who's played 7+ seasons, especially when it comes to mods and deviations. Okay. So you've played 7 seasons. So you want only people who have played as many seasons as you to be able to compete with you. But eventually, right, like me and you started playing this game at the same time, but I've only played like 4 seasons. So me and you are no longer competing on the same level. So the number of people that you can compete with, if they need to be playing the same number of seasons as you, slowly dwindles. And so you lose your player base. New players are only competing with people who started at the same time they did, so their player base is already extremely small, and it will dwindle in the same fashion as they move through seasons, right? People will take breaks, people will quit, stuff like that. And so you're just creating this situation where you're separating your player base into all of these tiny little groups. But your work wasn't pointless. You had 100 hours or 200 hours of enjoyment. Who cares if the other person can just immediately have stuff that's as strong as you? Because now you guys get to go through all of the new content together as equals. And then you can go through the next 200-hour grind together. So you just have that many more people to play with. And then after that grind is over, somebody can catch you in almost no time. And then you have a new person to go through the next 200 hours with. What what is it about the grind that you think is so important? Because I'm having a really hard time understanding this. Because y'all are saying I'm fine with players progressing 2 times or even 3 times faster than we did, but straight up letting them skip the grind, I can't get behind. So there's what if you applied your logic to the real world though? You spend 10 years with a company to get to the position you hold and the pay you have, and the company hires someone else, and in less than a year, they are given the same position and pay. Assume you have the exact same education level. So I like the grind too, Sunchief, but there's always going to be more grind, right? we're only skipping the grind that has already existed. We're not skipping the grind that has just been released. So they're just catching up to you so they can do the current grind with you. Uh, okay, so I spend 10 years at a company. In the 10 years that I'm at that company, we're going to develop new technologies. We're going to learn new standards. We're going to change the way we do things. We're going to increase efficiency. We're going to do all of that stuff. And when a new person gets hired during their first year, we're going to teach them all of those things. Right? And they're going to get sped up through all of that 10 years of effort that we put in to learning and grinding and changing and standardizing. And then they are going to be as efficient as I am at their job. So they absolutely should have the same title and the same pay as me. 100%. I mean, so at this point, you're drawing arbitrary lines in the sand, Nuclear. You're saying after 2 months, make it 2 times faster. After 4 months, make it 4 times faster. But that's just an arbitrary line. Which means that your loyalty and tenure with the company meant nothing. You're as valued as a brand new nobody who hasn't proven their worth. That just isn't true. I am so I don't. Let me see if I can organize my thoughts here. Your loyalty and tenure with the company mean nothing. Valued as a brand new nobody who hasn't proven their worth. So I guess my question here is, why does time have value? So I worked for a company for 10 years. And I am consistently doing the same quality and effort of work, right? Let's say I give 90% every single day. Never late, never nothing, given 90%. Hey, what's up, Blighted? And a new person comes in and they also give 90% all day, every day. Why is my 90% more valuable than their 90%? Because I've been doing it.
Mr. Blighthead says rock and stone, rock and stone, rock and stone.
For 9 more years. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because I'm not putting in more effort, right? I'm not working any harder. I'm still given 90. Why is my 90 more valuable than this other person's 90? Game is a grinding game. It's all about working to see the numbers go up. What's the point in working to see the numbers go up if they will go up no matter what you do? Like take animals, for example, you were putting in time to watch your movement and damage go up. But what if the devs just gave everyone animals the next day? Won't you feel like you wasted your time? No, you came in at a perfect time, Blighted. We're always happy to see you. Um, so again, I didn't waste my time. I played a video game for all of that time. And now there's something new to grind to make my numbers go up, right? They're not just going to give everybody animals and then make there be nothing new to grind, right? There's always going to be a new thing to grind. So I grinded all those animals. I saw my numbers go up, and now there's a new thing to grind to make the numbers go up more. And everybody else just gets the animals so that they can be on my level, so that we can grind together to get whatever the next thing is. I didn't waste that time. I played a video game. Absolutely, we should always welcome new players. I played Deep Rock Galactic Blighted super early on when it like first came out. It was entertaining. I ended up refunding it because I only played it for about an hour and a half. It didn't really seem like the game was for me, but I haven't played it since super early in its development. So, goodness, is that all the suppression ammo? No. No, I need tungsten now. Okay. I am absolutely antisocial. You are absolutely right, Blighted. That is true. You play Dark and Darker, that would bring you out of your shell. Certainly did that for me. I've played a little bit of Dark and Darker again. Just not really my cup of tea. I don't like the combat in Dark and Darker. Games are just socially awkward, social people. Some of them are social. I am socially awkward and not social. The creature had disappeared because it hit 3 o'clock. So the creature just wasn't really there. It scared the poop out of me, though. Poopless. I was freaking poopless. I mean, I'm sure it's a great game. It's just not quite my cup of tea. I don't like games where I'm just a big RPG and specifically MMORPG type of person. Yo, what's up, Gravity? Or Gravy? Where are you? I'll get used to calling you Zero Gravy here at some point. Um, I like games where I feel like I am my character or I am my account, and I'm trying to progress my special characters. I like to feel unique in who my character or who my account is. So I don't necessarily um like hero style games where people are always playing right, but everybody plays the same classes. Right, those those classes aren't classes that I built myself by leveling up stats and leveling up, specific skills or setting up specific skills or doing some different stuff like that. I like to feel like my characters are unique to me. But mechanics aren't the only thing I'm interested in. I'm a huge, I guess, quote unquote deck builder fan. I've played a lot of Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, stuff like that in my life. And I like the idea of making choices to build my character in a unique way. And so the more that deck building is taken away from me, um, the less I enjoy. What happened to Albion? Um, Albion is trash, is what happened to Albion. There are some games that are some things that are wrong with that game, and some play styles that that game incentivizes that don't really mesh with the way I like to play games, and I think are just generally bad game development decisions. Um, I just can't keep playing it. Albion Online runs into a problem that I've talked about a couple of times, where there are two things that I don't like about it. Full loop PvP, I think, is always a terrible idea. And um, must be the wrong kind of AP ammo there. Full loop PvP, I think, is almost always a terrible idea. And having your highest tier of social community interaction be player run instead of system run is also a terrible idea. Well, so I think objectively, full loop PvP is bad, Blighted. I don't think that's a preference thing. I think if you have full loop PvP, then you are no, Blighted, it doesn't. Although it does happen with current games, and I'll explain both things, what I'm talking about. So the first one, full loop PvP is bad no matter what, and I believe that wholeheartedly. Because it devalues, or I guess more, it creates an inequality between the value of players' time. So if you have a full loop PvP game, then the worse you are at the game, the less value your time has. Because you're going to lose way more fights because you're worse at the game. Right? And 50% of people are worse than at least half of the player base, which means they're losing more than 50% of their fights. And so if you try and create systems to help them earn more currency, all you're doing is creating inflation, because those same systems can be used by the better players to also increase currency. So you immediately create this huge inequality in the value of the time of each player who's playing. And those players who are at the bottom of that rung of that hierarchy will just quit. But that doesn't solve the problem because you still have the same bell curve, right? So now you just have a new 50% of players whose time is being devalued. And these new players who are now in that lower 50% used to be in the upper 50%. So their time used to have a lot of value. And now all of a sudden, their time has almost no value because all the players that they were able to pick on have left the game and now they're low man on the totem pole. And so they leave. And you just get this dwindling effect, which is why it's really, really hard for Albion to gain consistent players. What am I going to do next in this game? Right now, I'm building up ammo to go try and do some more nightmare. Maybe getting like a random party and do some nightmare dungeons. I was just building up some ammo for it. And also, we've been having some pretty deep conversations. If those players are bad, could that not lead them to seek guides and more experienced players in the form of video guides, solo route and social route, PvP and yellow zones practice until they're good enough to win more fights? Okay, Blighted. That's not how averages work. It does not matter how good every player gets. 50% of players still have to be the lower 50% of players. That's a rule. It is impossible to circumvent that. And it will always exist in a bell curve where a very small amount of people are really, really good. A very small amount of people are really, really bad. And most people are in the average to just above or below average, right? This is true across everything. There is not a single skill in the entire world that doesn't follow this bell curve. It's like a law of nature. And so the absolutely best players have an extremely disproportionate effect on the rest of the player base because they can interact with and defeat more players per time. So their skill causes them to have an extremely overwhelming negative effect on everybody else. I mean, I wouldn't say that. I'm a content creator. I'm kind of a garbage can. I think content creators are typically good players, but I don't think all good players become content creators, right? Like all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. So, but that doesn't matter. The point is that they have a disproportionate effect, right? So if I'm average and I go, if say I'm slightly above average and I go fight somebody who's slightly below average, our fight is going to take a lot longer than if I was extremely good, which means I can only negatively impact this one player in, say, 10 minutes. But if I was insanely good and it only took me 2 minutes to kill this player, then I could go negatively impact 5 more people, right? Yeah, because I've killed them and taken all their stuff. No, negatively impacted them in the game. Because, so something that you all have been mentioning this entire time is earning currency, earning items. These are the things that give value to your time, right? Like I spent 200 hours farming all these shinies, and now other people are getting them for free. That devalues the 200 hours that I spent. Well, if I'm playing a PvP full loot game and I kill you and I take all your stuff, then any time you've spent gaining all that stuff, all of that time has been completely devalued because you have nothing to show for it. And that's how most people view games. So it is a direct negative impact on the value of my time in game. Conversely, the better you are at the game, the larger the gap in the value of your time becomes, because now you can kill me and take all my stuff. Well, that's just hyperbole for the sake of hyperbole. Because there's nothing wrong with PvP. The point is that if you lock the best resources behind PvP, if you, um, if you do full loot PvP where, and this is the thing about Albion, is the best resources are in PvP zones where also it is full loot. People will PvP for the sake of PvP. There is no resources in Guild Wars 2 that are exclusive to PvP zones. People PvP all the time. There are Dark Age of Camelot. And this was the genius behind Dark Age of Camelot's PvP system, was there was a realm versus realm PvP system. And each realm, there were three, right? You had Albion, Midgard, and Hibernia, and they each had 2 relics. And they had castles out in their respective PvP zones, and these relics sat in their relic castles. And the relics gave buffs to everybody in their entire faction. And you couldn't stop people from joining a faction, right? If I wanted to join Hibernia, you couldn't stop me, because the highest level of community in Dark Age of Camelot was system run. It was the faction you chose. And so for every relic that we owned, we got buffs as a faction. And so PvP wasn't about going out and killing people and taking their loot. The incentive to PvP was on a personal level to go steal those relics and power myself up. But in acting selfishly to power myself up, I benefited everybody else in my faction by powering them up equally. There was no loot dropping. There was none of that. It was just a global buff for the entirety of your faction, and there was no single player who ran a guild who could stop you from joining a faction. Dark Age of Camelot's realm versus realm PvP system was literally the pinnacle of PvP MMOs. And it happened 30 years ago. We need a redeem for 1,000. Will you tell us words of wisdom? Or impersonate Gandalf? I don't think I have enough wise quotes that I could do that. One thing about StarCraft is that old players will always do more damage than new players, no matter how long new players play. because they can never catch up. So that's not true, Nuclear. And here is how they're going to have to change things in order in the future, in order for new players to be able to catch up more quickly. So the system that we have right now is about variety. Right? There's lots and lots of different weapons. But in order to get one of these weapons maxed out, takes significantly less effort than getting all of them maxed out. So what they need to do is create good paths in the future to use your first bit of Starcrum to get a weapon to max tier. So you can come in, you can identify the current meta, you can max out the weapon and armor that you need to exist within that meta. That'll be the first builds you play, and then in the future you start moving to other builds, building up other weapons and stuff like that, so that as the meta shifts, you can shift with it. Because all the Starcrum and stuff we're getting right now, right, as soon as I get a +6 weapon, no matter how much Starcrum I get, I can't make that weapon stronger. Now I have to move into variety. And that's why gacha games are really good, is because those of us who play a lot or who have played for a long time have lots of things to work on for the sake of our variety. But new players have a path to catch up extremely quickly by focusing on a very narrow goal. And they do. They need to make this easier to focus on, right? Because right now, there's only so much of this stuff you can get, and you can waste a lot of resources by using things that aren't identical, right? Because you get double XP when you use fragments of specifically this weapon. So they need to make it possible for you to spend all of your first 100k Starcrum just on the weapons and armor that you want for your build, so that you can just max those out. And so that you're not wasting Starcrum suboptimally. So that's going to be a change that's going to happen in the future. You're going to have to be able to buy. Maybe it's just going to need to be a couple of different weapons, right? Maybe they can identify things like the bullseye sniper, the jaws, some guns that have been traditionally really popular for a very long period of time, and then make it so that you can just spend Starcrum on those until you max them out without wasting any Starcrum or wasting any of your weapon XP. Because if I have to use non-same name fragments, then I'm basically operating at half XP, and that's bad. But I think maybe we should try to get into a group real quick and do one of these nightmares with a group. So sorry, we've been talking a lot today and I've just been running around in circles, but y'all have been asking some really deep questions. And in order for me to formulate those answers, I can't really be playing. I don't have the ability to talk that deeply about stuff and play the game at the same time. Brain no worky that good. But that doesn't mean that I don't like the questions. I absolutely love the questions. I think it's great. It's been a really fun conversation. I'm just sorry that I haven't been quite as entertaining as I normally am on screen. Been vibing and enjoying your stream as a podcast while I'm playing my own thing. I'm totally down with that. Totally down with that. I definitely think my value as a content creator is much less about my skill at playing games and more about my discussion of games, for sure. I am certainly not the most skilled. Do I not have enough leftovers? Is this trash? Okay. Well, let's go into the group thing. I don't know what the group button is. Oh no. How do I get into the group screen? You know you play entirely too much by yourself. Oh, there we go. Team, it's you. Holy crap. You know you play too much by yourself when you can't even figure out how to get into the party builder. Astral Void. Okay, I remember now. Let's go down here to some Nightmare. Which one do I want to do? Oh, okay. So there's just nobody using that. Sweet. Just nobody using the stupid party finder with even half a brain cell. Yeah, we got the Stardust ore so that we could make ingots, so that we could get the special do more damage to deviants ammo. Because we need the extra DPS. Now we have 1,000 suppression bullets. So we're gonna go back in here again on Nightmare by myself. I think I can beat this. I'm gonna have to be a little more careful. A big problem that I've been having is that I get hit too much and my armor breaks. But I have 1,000 of it. And I don't want to switch back and forth. I'll have enough. I'll do some grinding for ammo off stream so we don't have to spend 2 hours grinding ammo next time. Oh. Can't believe we already got that. Right. Let's see what we get here. This one's gonna give us Bullseye, Fortress Warfare, Frost Vortex, all good mods. Weapon damage, elite, normal. Reduction, meh. Weapon damage, head damage reduction, reload speed. That might make it. Oh no, that's weak spot damage. Yeah, that'll make a really good PvP for the Fortress Warfare, I think. What is this one? Eternal Land make advanced bench craft hands to repair all gear in Eternal Land. Yeah, so I am aware of that. It just kind of icky. Crit, normal, reload speed, meh. Cool. I do love looking at my mods as I get them. It makes me very happy. I feel like I get so many crystals now that I almost can't waste them. I have like 400 or 500 platinum crystals. That's what Jesse said after Walter White. Okay. I hate these 3 fire enemies. They piss me off to no end. Can I please break out my jelly bean? Thank you. Oh my gracious. This is not going well for me right now. Stupid fire jerks. These things are way too ouchy. There's always 3. Every time I've come in here, there's been 3. If I'm getting extra enemies every single time, I'm gonna be upset. Come out here where I can hit you now. These little fire attacks are way too small. Can't ever see them. Don't like it. Oh, goodness. Well, that was definitely the best I've ever gotten through that particular section. So I'm feeling okay. Whoops. Could totally just run past this enemy, but fuck him. Did clear the area, you twit. What are you even talking about? What an asshole. It is so much harder to get through these on nightmare mode. This is insane. Okay. When normal enemies start taking more than one magazine from my plus 10 calibrated SMG, I start to worry. Can we just not? All these bounces are super fun though. I definitely should have been using the SMG this whole time. I'm just gonna wait for this stuff to go away. There's pretty much 0 point in me going over there and intentionally taking damage over time, when I can just wait for a second. It's fine. Slow and steady wins the race. I don't have to beat this in any sort of a record. Wow. So apparently floating above that on my glider doesn't help, which is insane. Need to get that dude. Ooh, I got a phase dude. That's bad. Oh, that's bad. Dang it. Okay, just about everything. How much harder are these compared to pro modes? I can beat the pro mode in like 8 minutes, and I have yet to be able to complete the nightmare mode. That's how much harder they are. It is more than significant. And this phase dude is pissing me off. Honestly, that might not be a terrible idea. Okay, we got his little helper. So now we just need to kill the ghoulie. Let's break out the sniper because there aren't that many enemies around to bounce off of. Look at how many hit points that phase has. Oh, it's because he's standing. So when you kill an enemy in the nightmare mode, it drops that goo on the ground, and then all of the other enemies gain shield while standing on that goo. See how he's gaining shield right here? It's not just because he's a phase enemy, it's because of that goo. So now, there's no goo around. So we should be good. Let's see if I can get him locked down. Nope, that's goo. I'm just trying to get him locked down. There we go. Off of the goo. Locked down with the thing. So now he should just take maximum damage. Oops. Okay. Holy crap, we got him. Can we please get bounces? Ooh. The real big change here is you can't skip this room. This door doesn't open until you kill all these enemies. Which is... Hey, Gray. Yeah, and now they're all soaking up, because... So the Weaver thing is kind of a double-edged sword, because you put them in a position where they're going to be gaining back all this shield in order to stop them from being able to chase you down. So you kind of create your own super enemies when you Weaver them like this. Which is kind of interesting. And also maddening. Okay. Hide in the corner. This boss specifically is way easier when you have the dog deviation. Does the dog go after the lights? I don't even know if I want to beat this boss. Look at how little damage I'm doing. No, the dog taunts all the ads so you can focus the lights. Ah. So my bounce is actually pretty useful for that as well, because standing back here shooting this light, you'll see it's constantly killing all the ads and stuff. So I actually do like bounce for this boss specifically. But bounce doesn't help me kill the boss any faster, which is a pretty big problem. Yeah, I think my biggest problem from now on is just going to be dealing with the amount, the sheer volume of bullets. I used to melt this guy with Jaws or Unstable Bomber Sniper. Ooh. Did the Unstable Bomber actually hit the lights from the Unstable Bomber Sniper? Because I feel like I used Unstable Bomber on this person before and it didn't work. You may have shielded yourself from me, but you also shielded me from you. Which was an interesting decision to make. I don't even know if I'm doing extra damage. Like, it might just be better to do this. Doesn't hit multiple lights at once. But it did a ton of damage. Used to hit 30k hits per shot on the lights. Nice. Yeah, so my Fortress Warfare build with the Black Panther usually does about 30k as well. When you're scoped in. You get 25k hits with your submachine gun? That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Hey. Oh no. Another fire thing. Hate the fire things. Haha. Using your own shield against you. I don't even want to kill this boss. This is gonna take forever. Looks like I need a new sanity tea. There we go. Okay, sure. Let's go hide. That's fine. Jackass. Yeah, when you end up fighting something that's just an enormous damage sponge, winning that fight just doesn't have the same feeling that winning a fight against something that's mechanically difficult does. Like, I'm gonna win this, but it's not gonna make me feel great about myself. Oh, my damage went way down. Okay, gotta go break these, it seems like. Also, do you have a supply bench placed with an activator perk? I do not, actually. Well, I don't know if anyone answered this earlier. Will the new permanent Manibus server coming out tomorrow have the lunar event going on? Nuclear, is that server that you all are signed up for? Lunar? I assume it is. I don't think Nuclear would sign up for a non-lunar. If his weapons and builds and stuff are as powerful as they are, that would be silly. This thing soaks up so many bullets. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is something that modern games could solve by not making power disparity between early and late levels so high, and by not making it possible to gain so much power. Something that is a really big problem in modern games is that eventually you get so strong that you start to trivialize a lot of mechanics. And I think that's kind of just silly. And the reason it happens is that your power at every tier increases by so much that in order to make older content not just an absolute joke, when you go to like tier it up and stuff like this with the nightmare mode, you just have to add stupid amounts of bullets to it. Or stupid amounts of hit points to it. And they really need to stop that, because this is... Right, I've got the pattern down. I'm getting this just fine. My weapons and my builds are pretty endgame. You know, they're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but But this is where I'm going to perfect my builds, right? So, which is why OG WoW players hated when they added the LFR raids into the game. What is an LFR raid? I have never played WoW. I don't know anything about WoW. I don't keep up with WoW. I don't know shit about that game. Used to have just normal raids, then heroic version, then mythic. So different difficulty levels, same as once human with pro normal nightmare. Oh, that's gonna be bad. Then they added LFR raids, which were so easy that people could just rush through those same raids and ignore all mechanics with no consequences. Well, so my problem is the opposite problem of that. My problem is I don't want to have to sit here and bullet sponge things for 10 hours. Right? So the problem here is that they're creating a system where they don't want the highest tier of player to be able to make this completely trivial. But in so doing, they've made it like this incredible slog for anybody who doesn't just have like the highest tier meta build. Right, like I'm going to win this fight. There is nothing mechanically difficult about this fight. There is literally zero chance that I don't succeed in this fight. And yet, I'm gonna spend 15 more minutes shooting bullets at this thing. Are the silo bosses not... I'm pretty sure Leah Labs is the only one that the bosses are not scaled to party size. I might be mistaken, but I know for a fact that the regular bosses are scaled to party size. But they have fewer hit points when you solo. I'm fairly certain the silos are the same way. I think Leah Labs is the only one that isn't. I could be wrong about the silos. I'm definitely right about the bosses. Yo, what up, Ski? These little shitheads. I'm gonna give it one last chance to see if it works after the big update. Last chance. There's gotta be something that we're missing. Some, like, known problem that you're having. There's no way that there's still an issue. Skoski hasn't been able to play for weeks. Right, but there's got to be like a solution. There's no way that people have just been not playing. Because I don't see like a ton of Reddit posts and stuff about people's games crashing all the time. And when there are issues like that, people be getting in Reddit, you know? Especially if there isn't a solution. So I feel like we must have missed a solution somewhere. Oof, good thing I got this shield here. Otherwise I'd be getting nuked right now. An issue about a month ago where all of a sudden my Steam games stopped working. I could launch them, but they would basically load up and instantly go black screen. I just played on Steam over 600 hours, then had a break, came back, and it won't work. Tried the actual launch, yeah. We've been trying all kinds of stuff. Skoski's been after it. Repairing clients, re-downloading the game, downloading different launchers. It's been silly. Took me over a week to solve the issue. Ended up being a graphics card update that broke Steam. Had to completely uninstall my graphics card. Oh my gosh. I came into the game and started playing, said I had memory issues, tried fixing it the way they wanted, did nothing, been crashing ever since. Yeah, I feel bad for Ski, dude. What a joke. I was even willing to start fresh on launcher, but no. Yo, this is gonna be like an hour-long fight. This is ridiculous. Good thing I made just an absolutely obscene number of bullets. This is so silly. We gonna get there, ladies and gentlemen. We gonna get there. Holy shnikes. I can't believe I just missed that shot. How sad was that? I gotta admit, I am gonna feel pretty good about myself. I said I wasn't, but I think I've changed my mind. I think this is gonna make me feel good about myself. Oh yeah. Get freaking dookied on. Ooh, level 5 atomic lighter. Please and thank you. Yeah, no kidding. My goodness, how many bullets do I need? Ooh. Hey. Get a 5-5. Both of those are decent too. We get 2 selection chests. Okay. Okay, let's see what we get here. I thought we were gonna get 2 selection chests. We only got 1. Oh, nope, there's 2. Ah, we got 1 for first clear, okay. Ooh, and this one's gonna include an epic and 2 rares. So that's 4. That's 10, so that's 1 more level than normal. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Obliteration is the good one for the Anabasis, right? Cross Vortex final damage plus 15%. Each additional enemy within the vortex adds plus 15% up to plus 45. I don't know. Elemental damage, normal enemies, status damage, elite enemies. Wow. That's actually a real good one. Um, let's see. Elemental, elite, normal, reloads. Meh. Elemental, status, elite, and normal. Yeah, both of these, this one and this one, have really good submods or attributes. Those are just all straight up DPS or at least PvE. Frost constructs, ice spikes, ice missiles, ice crystals deal plus 10% damage if the target is in. Oh, wow. No, this one is for the Anabasis. Yeah. So. So we can't quite get it all the way up. 12 plus 5, so we can only get it to 17. So we'll be short 3, so we can get 1 gold, 3 purples on this. Which is awesome. And I'm totally going to tear it up right now. No, 20 is the highest roll. Because if they're all legendaries. Oh, you can't? I was unaware of that. Well, let's see what we end up with. I want status and elemental to go as high as possible. I don't really think that's going to happen if. So, what it sounds like is you're only able to get 1 gold mod. Yeah, but there's. So, if I get status and elemental to the highest tiers, then that works better for PvP and PvE. If I get a gold of either the normal or elites, then that's just slightly less useful in PvP. Okay. Which one's going to be legendary? Oh, at least it's damage against elites and not normals. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, that's killer for the Anabasis. I might just go make an Anabasis build right now. So where did you see, or why do you know, um, that you can only get to 17? Because that seems silly to me. That's fair. Regular level 70 enemies are tanky as fuck, but I've still got plus 8% against them, so that's fine. Yeah, overall, this is plus 27, 26% damage, something like that. Let's see if I can find. Plus 12 is purple, blue, blue, green, which is the highest base mod you can get. Is it the highest base mod you can get, or the highest base mod anybody's ever gotten? Like, why is purple 3x blue impossible? Because that was. It's that one that I just got was supposed to be guaranteed purple 2 blue. It would still depend on what the actual mods are. So, for example, if you got, um, like damage reduction and from weapons, right? So, weapon damage reduction doesn't do anything against the enemies. So, if you got like weapon damage reduction, great old one damage, elite damage, and reload speed, like that would be trash, even if they were plus 12. Yeah, the one I ended up with is pretty much all the stats you want for the Anabasis. Very happy with that. And that other one was good too. Um, this is also a 12, and it's also normal, elite, status, elemental. I mean, this is also a perfect mod. Well, so you can't get all three. You can't get normal, elite, and great ones. So it would be like damage reduction, normal, elite, and then like reload speed. Well, so the reason I got these nuclear is the first time you clear the nightmare difficulty, you get a chest that guarantees you mods that have one purple, two blues. So you get a chest for you get 3 mods that are guaranteed one purple, two blues on your first clear. So I got 3 mods that were here. This is another one that I just got, which is also plus 12. So I got 3 plus 12s. And this one is elemental damage, elite, normal, reload speed. So this one's not quite as good. But yeah, let's enhance this one too. Sounds like fun. I got the same legendary damage against elite too. That's fine. Well, so this is a good mod too, though. Frost Vortex final damage plus 15% for each additional enemy within the vortex. It was Ski who hasn't played in a few weeks, not Nuclear. Yo, what's up, Cheesy Snacks? Sorry I missed you there. How are you, brother? Um, let's see. Probably the outer space, is it? No, Icy Rain. Yeah, because you can have two vortexes. For sure, the Icy Rain would benefit from that. There aren't very many Frost Vortex weapons, are there? I never realized that. I don't have the Frostfish. Impacts and heavy attacks will freeze the primary target and generate a Frost Vortex that can be triggered once every 4 seconds. Attacking the target with Frost Vortex for 5% HP. While held in hand, reduces temperature by 5 degrees. Hitting an enemy lowers their temperature by 20 degrees. Sorry, Abyss Glance. Am I missing? Oh, right, there was another Frost. Yeah. There we go. Hitting enemies 14 times. Weak spot hits counts as 2 hits. The closer to the center of the Frost Vortex, the higher the DPS. Yeah. So this one probably will work with that Frost Vortex as well, because it seems like most of its damage is about the Frost Vortex. Though, what would be interesting to me would be to see how that stacks. So that plus 45% DPS, is that going to be additive with the 250 or multiplicative? So would it add that plus 45 to the base and then add that 250 to the new base? Or would it add it as 295% increased damage? You know what I mean? Right, but I'm talking about the mod. So this mod says Frost Vortex final damage plus 15%. Each additional enemy within the vortex adds 15%. So this is what I'm wondering is will this Frost Vortex damage and this Frost Vortex damage. It does say final damage. So actually, I bet that it is probably multiplicative, but in the other way. I bet that this Frost Vortex damage gets added, and then, yeah, the 45%. So, yeah, that mod with the Abyss Glance is probably super good. Yeah, I think it is definitely a more multiplayer. Cheesy Snacks. I've never actually played the Abyss Glance. Um, Chest Piece. I don't even think I have that one because I don't ever play the Frost Vortexes. Frost Vortexes collapses in the center and keeps pulling enemies. Oh, that's cool. I mean, it's pretty easy to hit weak spots. Frost Vortex generates ice spikes that deal frost damage of 100% psi intensity. For every 1 meter, this one's really good for the sniper. You don't like the sniper rifles there, Nuclear? I think that the weapons that require weak spots are insanely good. When Frost Vortex ends... Oh shoot, I can unlock this one. Ammo. Who's got a saver jacket? I got a saver jacket. Tried most builds except FV, Bounce, Bullseye, FW. So you get a boss like you did that is immune to weak spots. But he's not immune to weak spots. That boss that I was just killing just now wasn't immune to weak spots. That is a heck of a blueprint level, Nuclear. Me and my little meager 96 are envious of you. Not really, though. Tree Dude's not immune to weak spots either. I don't think any of the bosses... Oh, no, the very, very first boss, his gun is immune to weak spots. But that's the only one. Well, that was fun. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just the the boss with the jelly bean for a head has a phase where you have to blow up his gun before you can hit him, and his gun is immune to weak spots. And you're right, that is really annoying. Every time I play a sniper build and have to go kill that nerd, it basically ruins my life. So I want to check something. Earlier, when I got far away or a little ways away from my base, my truck disappeared, and I think it was because my my 18 wheeler was out. I think they've actually changed it to where you can only have one of your trucks away from your base at a given time. So I want to go see if I can get my truck out of here. or if maybe it was just something to do with the fact that I was on that bridge, or I don't know exactly what happened, but right, I forgot about the jump. Shadowhound's weak spots are horrible to hit. Shadowhound's whole face is a weak spot once you break um, once you break his face, like his face armor. Shadowhound's entire face is a weak spot. And yeah, Forsaken Giant is like completely immune to elemental damage. Mother of Life only has a tiny hit spot or weak spot if you're below her. If you get up above Mother of Life, her weak spot's actually really easy to hit. Araxium has really annoying weak spots. That's true. Sure. Boom, boom, one pistol, chance to explode or something. Okay, yeah, so it looks like only one of your buildable vehicles can be away from your base at a time, where it automatically brings them back. Wow, I can't believe that. 250 energy links per acid. I think some people be smoking crack. I think that's what's happening. Smoking some crack. I mean, do you though, Nuclear? I feel like people make way more stuff. I'm sure they're selling at that price, Ski. I'm sure. I feel like people underestimate how easy it is to farm things in this game by going out and killing stuff. And it confuses me that they don't just go do that. I wanted to get that vehicle out a little ways away though, because I want to go back to my base real quick and take my 18 wheeler out and see if it teleports back to my base. Never play 150 per acid. I wouldn't pay 250 either. Yes, it is definitely selling because there are multiple vendors at that price. I can make 1 to 2K running silos. Yeah, I mean, you make it running silos, you make it doing the breweries or the workshops or whatever. Like I feel like I have tons and tons of acid. I have thousands of acid, especially now that we have the lunar event, right? So you're always farming lunar whispers and those enemies give you acid. I feel like if you're just playing the game at all, you just have those resources. So I'm a little confused. Like what people are doing, what's causing them to. Energy links are also free now because no controllers. Fast Julia instant kill in 1 minute. 10k energy links. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. So it's kind of an inflation thing. Probably it has more to do with how easy it is to get energy links now that there are no controllers than it has to do with people needing acid. It's probably just an inflationary effect on how simple it is to get energy links. That's actually going to be a really big problem. Um, Something that I personally didn't recognize was going to be a big problem, but that's going to really negatively impact casual players because they're not going to have nearly as much buying power as they used to because everybody else was limited sort of on how much energy links they could get. I only have 888,000. But that's because I don't care. Yeah, no, that's definitely going to hit casual players pretty hard. They might want to do something about that. So how much is the perk thing? You can buy like the chef's knife and those things. Yeah, but I mean the same thing is going to happen. Those casual players aren't going to have those other things either. Well, so I don't think that necessarily we need to cut down on energy links. And honestly, when the price per acid gets too high, then the casual players will just farm their own acid. But it's going to cause them to either have to farm more acid or have to farm more energy links, which is going to cut into some of their playtime doing other activities. Because that's just what inflation does to the lower tier of players. Because the stuff that they do tends to not have as much value. So either they have to increase their knowledge and create some acid farms, or, they're going to have to go do workshops, or, maybe they need to make better builds and do the Leah labs and do some stuff like that. But there is going to be a knock on effect to more casual players because of our increased access to energy links and our increased consumption of resources. It takes way more ammunition to get through a nightmare silo. And like you said, there isn't really an increase in resource drops. Um, and there's not an increase in like the number of players who have acid farms and stuff like that. So the amount of acid, like you said, has kind of stayed the same. But our consumption of it and our access to energy links is increasing. That's true. That's true. And so maybe that's something that they can look at because eventually that is also going to stop, right? Eventually, you'll have all the mods you want. And then your consumption of energy links that way is going to diminish. So maybe that's what they'll have to do, is just keep coming up with ways for us to burn energy links on things that aren't buying resources from each other. Because you don't want to inflate your currency too much and make it completely valueless. Only struggle with the energy links at the start. Yeah, I mean, I've never really struggled with energy links either. Ski, but I think we play a lot more than a lot of other people do. Um, I want to put these. I think they come in order where they're highest. I just want to see. Okay. So you can get these if you put all 12s, you convert to an 11 or 12. Okay, all 12s and one 11, all 12s and two 11s, 12s and three 11s, four 11s, five 11s, six 11s. So all 11s gives you 11 to 12. All 11s and one 10 gives you 11 to 12. All 11s and two 10s. All 11s and three 10s. All 11s and four 10s. Five 10s. Six 10s. Gives you 10 to 11. So, in order to get so in order to get, is it this one? Ah, okay. The mod level required, so it's 61 to 90. Yeah. So from levels 61 to 90, you can convert into a level 11 or 12 mod. And 61 is five 10s and an 11. So the 10s are actually the ones that I was counting as sixes before, right? Because you get base level 4. So that's what you should be keeping. Anything below that isn't really going to be helping you out because it's going to force you to use up more of your level 11 mods. And I think that there is some value in those level 11s. So, yeah, you keep all of your level 10s, you keep all of your level 11s, and you keep all of your level 12s. The 10s are exclusively going to get used for getting your mod conversions. Your 11s are going to get used for that when they're bad. Good 11s, I think you can level up. I don't think you have to worry about that one level. I don't think that's going to make such a significant difference that you shouldn't be okay with using an 11. But I think you're going to want to use 11s and 12s from now on. The lowest you can get out of the Nightmare is 9. So you get to keep basically every mod you get from a nightmare dungeon and use those. So we might actually, goodness, we probably need to do some mod updating because I've got a lot of bad mods. Let me tell you, I got all the bad mods. So let's take a look at getting rid of this stupid red crap around my screen. So let's just take a little bit of a look at some of our mods here. Now, I've gotten a lot of mask mods lately. Honestly, I would like to get, because I don't like most of the chest mods. Um, the reason I don't like most of the chest mods is I like to play snipers. And I don't see a lot of value in these defense mods for a sniper. Right? I just want to do damage. Um, and so I think just flat HP is probably where I'm at the most. And as far as suffixes, um, shoot, I forget what the suffixes are. Let's go look. Precision is weak spot, so that's the one I want is precision. Because obviously I've got to build something for the black man. So let's look at the it's a 10, so I don't need it. 10, so I don't need it. 10, 10. You dump two 11s in there. Crit rate, weak spot, damage reduction, weapon damage. This is actually a decent PvP one. Right? Weapon damage, weak spot damage, and weapon damage reduction. But I don't necessarily want the glove. Or, sorry, I don't necessarily want the crit rate as a base because I'm more worried about weak. And having bonus weak spot damage on anything but a sniper rifle is going to be less effective in PvP. Much, much harder to hit weak spots in PvP than in PvE. Oh, but I don't necessarily have to use that one. Then we go over here and we can pretty much pick any 11 that we want. Yeah, I don't care about this one at all. Status damage, normal enemies, lower your HP, elemental damage, lower your HP, damage reduction against deviants. Actually, that's a really good one. Plus another, well, so except it's healing. So that's not. Okay, so we'll dump that one in there and then just any random tier 10. Because none of the tier 10s matter. Let's exchange that. And we get elites, great old ones, max HP weak spot. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't really think I like that one because I really don't want the max HP. So, yeah, we're probably not going to keep that one. But let's look around. Let's find the ones that are most important for like secluded strike. No enemies within 7 meters. With the precision. And then let's see. Do I not have any secluded strikes? Wow, okay. That's actually kind of crazy. We're going to get rid of this one that we just did. Weak spot. But that's that crit that I'm not really wanting. Weak spot, reload, elite, normal. 20th shrapnel. Okay, so it's a weak spot thing again. Although shrapnel and weak spot don't actually necessarily not go together. Weak spot, reload, normal, great ones. Weak spot, head damage, reload. That one's all over the place. That one's all over the place. I don't think we need that one. Then we'll just go down here. We'll get 2 random level 10s. Make a new one. Man, it really likes giving me this bonus HP. It is crazy how many mods you can burn through. Holy cow. And I don't have anything to put into precision anymore, so I guess that's all the mod conversions I can actually do, right? Man, we're gonna have to do some real serious farming. I have got to get a build set up that can really just rip through those nightmare. We'll probably want to do the Anabasis, since I just got that insane mod for the Anabasis. I don't think I just destroyed it. No, I couldn't have because I've already leveled it. Oh, shit. I got 3 mods just chilling that I haven't even opened up. Yeah, gonna be getting rid of both of these 9s and then using this 10 to make new mods. I guess the other thing you can do is you can keep the 8s and 9s and then use really shitty 11s and 12s to even them out, because you only need to get 61. And if you put 6 12s in there, you get 72. Which means you can put like 2 8s and 4 12s in. Heck, I think you might be able to put 3 12s, a 9, and 2 8s in. And still hit 71. So I guess you could keep the 8s and 9s. I probably won't. Just because it's easier, faster, cleaner. I don't want to have to deal with all that mess. What do we get here? Rapid style, bolt pulling speed, double crit rate. Probably won't end up keeping that. I don't think either any of the bolt action guns would benefit from the crit, would they? Mostly want weak spot. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because this one automatically crits. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I think I probably have everything I need to at least make the armor. I don't think I have. Yeah, I definitely don't have enough Stardust Source. Hmm. Or do I put a little more work into just the build that I have right now? A lot of the stuff that I've got going right now is pretty suboptimal. Like status damage on my bounce build, that doesn't help. Get anything better than that here? Mag capacity, normal enemies, weapon damage, elite enemy. That's probably not gonna help. Crit damage, reload speed, weapon damage reduction. Don't need the lower HP. Reload HP, elite, no. But my chest mods suck. How do I live like this? That one's actually probably slightly better. Each crit hit by non-melee weapons grants 5% crit damage up to 45%. The effect is removed upon the next reload. I think this one is the best. Don't want the weak spot damage. We probably do want the crit. This one is a 12 here. The one instance of crit damage, elemental damage bonus. Nope. Each crit hit plus crit damage, elite enemies, great ones, HP. Weapon damage plus 5% every 5 bullets consumed in the magazine grants plus 4 weak spot damage. Killing an enemy, refill 2 billets from reserves. 2 billets. Crit damage, weapon damage. So this one's probably the best option I have. So let's tier this one up real quick. See, the less HP bonus I get on this, the better I'm gonna be. With that. Crit, elite, weapon damage reduction, mag capacity. Yeah, see, this one's awful. Here we go. Deal 1 instance of weak spot damage, crit damage plus 2%. Elite, great ones, head damage reduction. That's too bad. Status damage, elemental damage. Still think that one's probably better. And my secluded strike. Wow, my mods are in a pretty piss poor position right now. I'm pretty unhappy state of my mods. I never really used up all of my controllers. Uh, I just didn't typically spend a lot of time farming the bosses and stuff. So, and especially I didn't spend a lot of time farming the silos. So we're gonna have to do a better job of that. That's just gonna be the way that is. Because our mods are looking like a pile of garbage right now. Personally, I love farming silos. It's my favorite thing to do in the game. I really don't, Damien. I don't like doing dungeons over and over again. Especially, like, I don't want to go farm those nightmare solos again right now. Because it's going to take me forever to farm those things. And I just don't want to deal with that. But yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. I need to increase my power. I suppose I could probably just take a bunch of like bombs and stuff like that in there. Make it a little easier. But just give me 1 second here. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I don't think you can auto find. Maybe you can though. Hang on, let me go check that. There is the group search thing that everybody uses incorrectly. There might be like an auto group function. I feel like you might be right with that. I just fell on my head. Um, team. Auto match. Oh, okay, yeah, so you can just go in and pick and then just auto match. totally looks like that's a thing. Okay, so we'll probably be doing some of that. How are we on the... Level 35 Prime Wars? I need to do level 35 Prime War. Nobody's doing them. Okay. They definitely raised the bar with these Nightmare Silos, which I'm pretty happy about. Planning on joining the new server tomorrow. I want to play with you for the first time. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be joining the server that Nuclear is setting up a hive on. Was it Nuclear? I think it's Nuclear. That just went into... Actually, let's go look. Game, relog in. I'll show you what server. Hey, what's up, Diana? How are you today? We're going to be going to Manibus. 326. Okay, so you can't see it. But it's going to be like 142 or something. We're trying to figure out what server is the server that starts tomorrow. Nuclear. I wonder when the update... 142. Okay, awesome. That's what I figured it was going to be. Thank you. I am doing fantastic, Diana. Is it Diana or Deanna? Oh, this is the third time we've done this. Yeah, I have a Discord server that's connected to my YouTube and my Twitch account. You can find it in the description. But there's only going to be one, probably, that's going to open again. We just need to go ahead and get rid of this Diana person. I'm only in Clash 62 because I put a character in this server to get it into the permanent Prism vs. Clash server. I don't actually play. This is a brand new character with nothing on it. So as soon as cross progression comes, maybe I'll play on this server. Probably what's going to happen, I made all these characters because I was prepping to get into the permanent servers, but I actually think that I want to play through each of the seasons before going to the permanent servers. So I'll probably be remaking a Prism vs. Clash character. I might not remake my Evolutions Call character. I'll probably just let this one go into the permanent server and maybe try and find a hive or a warband on here that I can warlog with. For doing like the strongholds and stuff. Yeah, it's supposed to be today. Nuclear. Supposed to be today. But yeah, I'll probably... don't think it's gonna be, though, now that we're getting permanent servers nuclear. I think a big problem with Evolution's Call. So here's how I think Evolution's Call is going to shake out now that we have permanent servers and cross-player progression. I think that the more casual people who want to play wars and do like the larger scale PvP are going to stay on the permanent Evolution Call servers. And then the ones who actually want to compete to like win the server are going to play on the new servers. So I think there will at least be a little bit of war and fun to be had on the Evolution's Call server. Also, it's the only place you can get the Masonic Pyramid still. So I kind of want that. It's one of the few deviations I don't have yet. But we'll see. Maybe Evolution's Call will be totally dead and nobody will play it, but I've actually never gotten to play in one of the wars before. So yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. It's just a different structure, nuclear, right? When you do this stuff with, you can get a pyramid in the deviation cages. No way. I thought that they had a pretty limited possible drop. I didn't realize it was any deviation. I thought y'all were being hyperbolic. Well, Prism versus Clash is still fun, and I'm still definitely going to be playing some P-Clash. Oh, wow. Cool, cool. I mean, I think that's great. I think people should totally have more access to that stuff. I think it's great. We got all of our stuff, so let's go ahead and repair our gear here, and then we're gonna go try and get into like a random group and see if we can get one of these silos done. What's something that I really need? I need some pants. I think the pants mods are up here, right? Yep, there we go. Yeah, so let's go join a random group and see about doing. Are you ever going to switch to the long axe, your melee, so you can at least get the Fortress Warfare? No. Oh, nope, nope. They need to get rid of that crap. There are two things in this game that I hate, and it's Bullseye and no, they don't need to get rid of Fortress Warfare. They need to get rid of the fact that you can trigger Fortress Warfare with that melee weapon. Because it creates a situation where they start fucking with their balance. So there are right, but power surge. So when you have things like Bullseye, where marks the target and inflicts vulnerability, and vulnerability gives 8% increased damage taken. That benefits everything that hits it. Fortress Warfare increases your base damage. So any damage you do deals more damage. Right? So you can get plus 28% damage. Other types of weapons don't do the same thing. Right? Like bounce doesn't give any sort of buff to anything else. Fast gunner doesn't give any sort of buff. Well, that's not actually true, but the fast gunner effect is extremely short, so it can't really be used for anything else. Power surge doesn't really give you the ability to switch weapons and do other things with the power surge, because I think honestly, specifically, the problem is that the buffs are too long. Right? The rest of these buffs and debuffs are much, much shorter. And so what happens is you balance the bullseye effect with the rest of these effects, and now you immediately relegate every bullseye weapon to a secondary weapon to buff everything else. Because these can't be used to buff this, but this can be used to buff these. So if both of these are balanced with each other, then by default, bullseye's 8% weaker than every other type of bonus. And the same thing is true of Fortress Warfare. Right? If you can get this plus 20% damage on every other core effect, then automatically Fortress Warfare is 20% weaker than everything else. So being able to trigger it with your melee weapon means that basically you have to use that melee weapon. You've taken tons of options away for build variety. And so now we have two of them, right? We have Fortress Warfare on your melee. You have Bullseye on your secondary. So now every build is 28% stronger, and Bullseye and Fortress Warfare are just these bullshit secondary buffs. And I think that's absolute fucking ass. So I think originally they created those um, because they wanted people to play more squad style. And so Fortress Warfare is an AoE, right? So if everybody else is right around you, everybody else in your group gets that buff. But then you're also getting buffs from their weapons because, if somebody's debuffing with ice or something like that, then you're also getting the benefit of that debuff that the enemy is getting from that ice. And so from a squad play perspective, those things play really well together. Right? But from a solo perspective, they don't. And people solo things. That's just the way gamers are. We're antisocial psychopaths. If it can be soloed, it will be soloed. But you've really limited the possible choices for solo. And also, you've messed up your balance because now you have to balance content so that the people who are using that trick to get 28% increased damage can solo or can have a difficult time with the content. And so if you balance it that way, then anybody not playing that trick, meaning anybody doing any other build, now instantly has a 28% more difficult time. Not only that, but there's a mod that allows your Fortress Warfare to move from under you to someone else away from you, or it spawns a second Fortress Warfare zones. Yeah, I mean, they're great. Fortress Warfare is a fantastic support mod, or a support build. But they've They've just created a really bad, I think. I think if they changed it so that the weapon had to still be out, right? Like as soon as I switch off of my Fortress Warfare weapon, the Fortress Warfare goes away, then that continues the benefit of the multiplayer aspect, but takes away what a single person can do. And so now your solo balance is back in line. I don't think they're ever going to do that though. We're auto matching. See what happens. I don't even guess I actually needed to come down here. Yeah, it is, Damien. And that's what all of the watch any build that's talking about, I do 300k DPS. Every single one of them has those buffs going on. Every single one of them. And that's great for pushing damage, but that's not real world damage. Because again, that Fortress Warfare only lasts so long. Right, plus your deviation expert, plus whatever other dumb shit. The one where you switch weapons and get more damage, the one where there's tons of little tricks. You can get tons and tons of bonus damage. So I wanted to see if this matchmaking thing was going to work. Yeah, exactly, Damien. There's tons of little things like that. And those things are great um, in isolation. Maybe they need to make some things that are mutually exclusive, right? Like if you have something that gives you a bonus for reloading, then you'll lose the ability to gain the bonus for putting out your deviation, right? There aren't very many things that are mutually exclusive in this game. And so you just sort of have to use all of them because they're available. So maybe that's the problem that needs to be looked at or fixed. I don't really know. Yeah, okay, this doesn't seem like it's actually. Um, there definitely is. My first season of Prism versus Clash, I actually fought a person who was using the katana and um, what is that deviation's name? Xeno Purifier. I was running my um, I was running the Black Panther at the time, so as soon as they closed the distance, I was just fucking toast. But it was a decent time. Did my quick recruit go out? I don't think my quick recruit went out. Let's see, am I annoying people? Oh, there it went. I am annoying people. Sorry. Didn't mean to be annoying. Alright, one more time. Sorry, everybody. I imagine I'm going to have a hard time. There's only 4 worlds on this server. I don't imagine I'm going to be able to consistently get in there. Looks like somebody's going through Leah Labs for like the first time. Down in the chat. I wonder when the patch is supposed to happen today. I haven't put out any information on it, and I'm kind of surprised. Because they put out some information yesterday. Or, yeah, yesterday, 2 days ago, about the patch on the 26th. Maybe something came up on the Twitter. That's something I don't normally check. Nope, doesn't look like there's any information. That's strange. It should be at about an hour and a half. If they do this update at the same time that they were going to do the other update, or that they did the 26th, in about an hour and a half, we should be getting the second update. Although I think they are planning on doing it sort of in stages. So maybe just the Asia servers are going to get it first. I don't know. There's actually a pretty good video. I don't remember if y'all, or I don't know if y'all remember, Smoking Rabbit 420 is somebody that I played my second season with and has been a longtime viewer of the channel, but also makes content themselves. And me and Dabatron and Rabbit and Crazy did a Leah Lab, a couple of Leah Labs when we were all wearing the same outfits. And there's a video of one of the runs on Smoking Rabbit's YouTube. And it was a lot of fun, but I was playing Gulped Lore at the time. And I got up on one of the big old rafters as you go in. You do that long glide down. Well, there's a couple of really like high up cross beams in the ceiling. And so I stayed up on one of those and I was like one-shotting the shepherds with my Gulped Lore because I was so far away. And you got that crazy damage bonus from that chest piece with the Gulped Lore. So I was hitting for like 120k a shot with my Gulped Lore. And it was fucking hilarious. couldn't even imagine if somebody had actually optimized that build. It would have been like 1,000,000 damage. I don't think I'm going to get any friends to do this with. It's a little sad. That's kind of crazy, but I also think that's pretty common, Damien. Like Sleepy Party Wizard, who's another streamer that also streams some Once Human and is now doing a Red Dead Redemption 100%. Also mentioned, I don't think they've ever beaten Leah Labs at all. And they've played like 3 or 4 seasons. Which is crazy to me because I think Leah Labs is a lot of fun. Definitely more fun than the silos and stuff, I think. Yeah. Well, poopy. Doesn't look like I'm going to get to do that with people anytime soon. That'll be another reason that it'll be really nice to get into a permanent server, because there'll just be more high level people to do these nightmare silos and stuff with who are just looking to farm mods for their other characters. It's going to be really important to have a high level character in a Manibus lunar scenario on the permanent servers. Just farm mods and stuff that way. Really streamline that process. I could never figure out the doctor's mechanic. Like, I understood that you matched the elements, but even matching elements on all the tanks, I still couldn't damage the boss. Not sure how the one group I got in did it. So not only do you have to match the elements, but there is a point where he puts out a shield. So you have to be standing close to do damage to him. Just like the boss in the silo that looks kind of like him over by the train puts up that shield. So when he's under the shield, you have to get close to hit him. But that's it. Just match the elements and get close. And then eventually, you have to do it again because he's got phases and stuff. Plus, there was nonstop ads, so you never really got time to. Yeah. Well, so you don't have to be on the element pad. You have to kill the big walking deviation on the element pad. So you just draw the walking deviant over to its corresponding element and kill it. You don't need to be standing in it when you kill the corresponding element deviation. That was something that I was confused about. Nope, that's wrong. Sorry, backwards. You were right. You have to be standing in it, not the other way around. Yeah, you're right. I am backwards. It's been a long time. I haven't had to interact with that mechanic in like 5 months. Yeah, no, you are correct. I was backwards. Man, good thing we talked about that because I was going to get into Leah Labs a little later. and look like an absolute clown shoe. Not being able to get that done. Ah, poop. I really don't know what to do to make my build any better at this point right now. I'm in a pretty bad position, mods-wise. Let's check out my weapons mods. Maybe I get some bad weapons mods going on. Maybe I can improve that a little. From the first room with the 2 elementals. Yeah, so I did a lot of farming that first room also. Because it's just super quick and easy. Just to get some mods. And then I ended up getting rid of almost all those mods because they didn't have like the guaranteed purple stat. And I didn't know. You only get the guaranteed purple stat from Mannheim and the final boss. The other 2 bosses you don't get a guaranteed purple stat from. I wasted a ton of controllers season 1 doing that. Cause I'm an idiot. I think maybe next time I'll make SMG ammo with my bonus thing here. See if maybe doing that will give me a little more DPS. I honestly think my SMG has ended up better than my bounce sniper. Just isn't really where it's at, I don't think. I like it. It's a lot of fun. Not really great for like bossing and stuff at all though. Um, a little bit shorter than yesterday, I think, though. I think we're going to call it here. A little over a 4-hour stream. Starting tomorrow, we should be able to play multiple scenarios, which is going to be a lot of fun because we'll get to do our fun PvE stuff, get to farm some mods and stuff like that, and then we'll start moving through some PvP, and we're also probably going to be playing a second Anubis starting tomorrow. So we might not even be coming back to this server. I don't really know how that'll work. Maybe I'll play this server like on my off time and farm some mods, or I don't know. This game is probably about to take over my life because now that I'm going to be able to play multiple scenarios at a time, I might just be running around doing all kinds of crazy shit. So, yeah, thanks everybody for coming out. We had an insane turnout today. Tons of viewership, tons of questions and conversation and talking about just some really good stuff. So, I mean, just what a wonderful stream today. I had so much fun. Thank you all so much for that. Um, yeah, I hope everybody has a great day, and we'll see you all in the next one.